Hello. Alright. Oh, my thing isn't going. Okay. Let me open this up. Oh my god, oops. Cool. Hello. Hi everybody. This is way too close to me. Hello everybody. Welcome to a stream. I know it's Saturday, but hold on. Is that the game? Anyway, welcome to my stream. I know it's Saturday, so I never really, I don't stream on Saturdays, I only stream one day a week, but today, I'm having a pretty chill day, and I wanted to kill some time just to relax and have fun, so I decided to stream. The plan is hopefully to do Baldur's Gate 3 and then do Mass Effect later. And then tomorrow we'll do Mass Effect. So yeah, that's the plan so far. If not, we'll get locked in and do a bunch of Baldur's Gate stuff. I played Baldur's Gate once, like the whole way through until I played let me rephrase that again. I don't know where my thought was going. I played Baldur's Gate 3 all the way until the very end. Like 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. Like whenever the game came out, I played it that October. So I played it before all the patch updates and stuff, and currently I'm playing a run with my friends. And I have 2 runs with friends, and that's pretty much it. So we're gonna see new content, and we are going to be playing as the Dark Urge. So it's gonna be like, I think, more interesting to do that on stream. So yeah, and if you get to watching, please feel free to make decisions and like tell me what you think and stuff. So yeah, before we start, I'm gonna go to the kitchen real quick because I forgot my water, and then we'll start. Okay, I'm ready. Also, I think Baldur's Gate is like really fun. I love this game, and I need to like actually log in and do like a whole playthrough on my own with all the new stuff, because I've started like a million playthroughs and I never finished it. So yeah, and for context, in the first time I played it and I got to the end and everything, I got the bad ending. I got the ending where, spoiler alert, if you know, actually, you know what, I'm not gonna spoil it. I got like the bad ending with my character and with my romance character and everything. So yeah, I'm trying to not do that. So yeah. Oh, speaking of, I'm gonna I've never streamed a game like this before, so I'm going to be very safe, and you know, we're gonna get rid of the sexy stuff. Oh, what's this? Twitch integration, allowing viewers to see your party view, track your quests, and vote on dialogue options. Okay, so that's on. So I don't know how it's gonna look on your guys' end, but that's on, which is good. And then I'm trying to find the setting where I can get rid of the romance stuff. Not romance stuff, but just get rid of like the super sexualized scenes and stuff like that. Because I know there's like I can't speak English today. There's a setting to turn that off, or to like make that less like, oh, here we go. Show genitals off. Show sexual and violent cinematics. Private moments. Let me see this one. Enable to show cinematics with sensual content and moments of extreme violence that may cause distress. Disabling this option will not affect your adventure, your choices, or your access to romance options. I think if we don't show, right, like I feel like if I put don't show genitals, that's probably gonna be okay. And then show sexual violence cinematics, I think that will be fine. By default, certain scenes are private. This means that in multiplayer and this MP stuff. This co-op. Okay. I don't know. I feel like if I have this on, like the show genitals option, like if I have the show genitals option off, sorry, we'll be fine. You know what? I'm gonna do it. If it's not fine, then we are going to just learn from it and change the change the setting. So let's start it. But yeah, hopefully, if you guys just tuned in, we are going to do a little bit of Baldur's Gate, and then because tonight specifically, I'm planning to stream for like a couple hours, like multiple, like more than 3. So yeah, first Baldur's Gate, we're gonna see how far we get, and then after that we'll play Mass Effect more like later during the night. What time is it? 7:21. Yeah. We'll hit Mass Effect literally like at 10 or something like that. Like, but no promises. But that's the plan. So let's see. And we are I'm gonna skip it. He puts a worm in your eye, basically. No. So basically we are going to do a dirge, as I like to say. And then we're gonna pick our race, so I might go through this like very fast, since, you know, I've done this before. I might do the same exact thing I did for half-elf. Yeah, stealth. This is good. Also, I'm gonna try to play a class I've never played before, so my first run was a warlock, so I don't know if I should do that or just change it into something else. I've never played a monk. Hold on, let me change my appearance. I'm a girl. Oh, oops. Okay. Barbarians are great. A bard, a cleric, druid. So I'm debating on fighter, because on fighter you have second wind, which is very good in fights, like for your own safe, like, you know, just to save yourself. Monk is good. Paladin, I love paladin. That's probably like my favorite, one of my favorite classes. My favorite class is a cleric. Never played a wizard. I might be a barbarian, because you're just big and strong, and you just don't think, you just do. Also, I'm Dark Urge, so this could be what I'm also trying to find the class that fits. I think barbarian fits because you're just like a psycho. I'm also debating on doing warlock, because like I said, warlock was like my first ever class and my first ever playthrough, so I'm really debating on just redoing that whole run just better. But I think barbarian fits the bill. Also, clerics are really like tanky. I'm trying to find like a tank I can play in this playthrough. I'm definitely not doing cleric because I'm a cleric on those both previous runs I mentioned earlier. Okay, let's go here. Strength 10, 17, 12. Yeah. Okay, we'll be a barbarian. Strength, constitution, skills, appearance. Oh, oops. Yeah.
What was that?
The voice. Is that too dark? I think that's great. Okay. No. So a little bit, I think is nice. No, vitiligo. I don't know how to say that word. No scariest. I feel like that in red would look so freaky, and they would look really cool. I like that one. Is there like a green that looks more like dirty? That one's good. Piercings. Oh, I'm gonna make her bald for a minute so I can see so we can see the piercings. Piercings. She kind of looks like Solus. Oh, these are cool. I like these too. I think these are the best ones. Right? Yeah, I like these. Makeup style. They're cool on them. That's so bright. Oh my god. I kind of like that she's bald. She looks awesome. Hair. Not that color. Hold on. Let's give her black hair for now, and then we'll go from there. There's like a bun around here somewhere that's very close to my actual hair. Yeah. That one's good. I love this body type, but then in the cutscenes it looks so fun. It looks so funny. So but if I change body types, I need to start over again with her. So I'm just gonna be confident in this version of my character. I actually like that one a lot. So you can see her earrings and stuff. I think that's cool. There's also this one, which I think looks really cool. Speaking of, let's do the... I'm gonna do this now. I know that it looks black on stream, but my hair's not black. It's like a dark brown. Oops. I always try to get the hair color down because then I can actually view my character a little bit better. Maybe that's better. Yeah. Okay. We're very close to what to the hair color. We just need to find the hairstyle. I think I'm not gonna have an easier time figuring out what hair I want for her. That one's good. And Plucky Fable is the one at the top. I like this a lot, actually. We're trying to think realistically. Like in this universe, I will have very short hair, and I would try to make I would try to make my hair as convenient as humanly possible. So I could like actually fight with it. I like this one a lot. This is the longest I take in character creation, by the way, and I take the longest in the hair. I kind of I went too hard on the wrinkles, I think. Hold on. Maturity, sorry, that's the... Here we go. I like this a lot, actually. Yeah. I like her. Okay, the name. I'm just gonna do my dwarven name I have for every character in a fantasy game ever.
You need a guardian. Choose one.
And then we'll... Wait, hold on. She looks fantastic. Oh, she looks so good. Okay. Yes. And then I know it the guardian angel. The guardian's gonna be very easy for me to do and very fast. So we are going to speedrun this the guardian. Where's human?
Good luck.
Oh, no. No. Is it the same body type? Okay.
Remarkable. Truly.
Well, he's a half drow. I might make him like, yeah, like gray. This is better. Like this blue. Yeah. Tattoo. I think honestly where is it? This one's no, that's not cool. I just had it. Oh my god, where is it? What's the rose? Here it is. That's too much. That's way too much. I think that's better. There were some piercings I thought that were cool. Hold on. Here. That one? It's another one. I like, oh, that's like cool. So I'm sorry if I'm going too fast. Those are cool. Cause they have like bod rings. Lip tint. Let's give him like a gray. Okay. This is the hairstyle I always give my dream guardian, which is, if I can find it right, that'd be so cool. Hold on. Let's go in order. I feel like I already went through it. No? No. Yeah. I'm blind. Is it this one? Yep. I like that a lot. Wait, oops. Oh my god, that's too much. That is so much. That's so much white. Oh my god. I don't like that it equally just does not populate. Nope. That's not. I think that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We are Dream Guardian and me. So we are ready to go. Let's do it. And I am gonna skip like this cutscene right now. I'm excited to play Barbarian. I would like to see how that plays out.
The blood in your head thrums and pounds.
And Dirge
Pounding
Barbarian.
blood obscures who you are. An overwhelming loss of memory. How you ended up amidst these hellish flames is just as hidden. You have nothing in your skull, besides your name and a headache. But you are in danger.
Mm.
The dark urge. Whatever that is you. You will claw back the truth. But first you have to claw your way out of here.
My head. Dead.
This is the pool that thing came from. The parasite now writhing behind your eye.
Nice.
The casing is fragile. The slightest touch could cause it to crumble.
Reaching towards the pool. I always try to do it even like I always thought that gave you experience, but it doesn't, which is the reason why I mainly did this one right now. Let me put this
I
back
feel
here.
better.
We are going to be looting almost everything in this tutorial area because I think there's nothing here. No. Okay. Oh, neural. Oh my god. After all this time, I thought it said neutral and I was like, I guess so, but it's a neural del cerebro. That makes sense. Also, I was almost about to...
Please,
I almost was about to,
they return.
I was about to stream Divinity Original Sin too, but I can't play with the remote, I think, and I'm very used to playing with the remote, so I just did it. I just put Baldur's Gate. Yeah, who the fuck am I talking to?
Born new from this husk.
You realize you're talking to an intellect devourer, a minion of the mind flayers who
I am
abducted you.
surprised I passed that check as a barbarian. I wouldn't. I'm trying to also do it like the way, like what I would do realistically in the scenario. I would not talk to this thing, but I also wouldn't kill her. I'd be panicking. Yeah. Okay, I'll talk to it.
So many enemies.
Am I the enemy?
Remove us from this body, from this case. Free us, please.
I think that'd be funny. Investigation. Whatever. Oh, that's awesome. I knew better.
Apart from this strange context, you notice nothing unusual about the brain.
My character is so stupid. But she is very strong. Watch me fail this check. Never mind.
strain lifts from the skull, but you notice an opportunity. You could cripple the strange creature, making it more subservient should it prove a threat. Your fingers twitch with the desire to rip its tender, moist meat to shreds.
What happened? Sorry, I zoned out. Your fingers twitch. Split splatter. Can I look at what that means? Okay. Oh God.
The creature seems unaware of your interference. It relaxes in your hands. The creature.
We must go to the helm.
I'm so sorry. I'm skipping this. I've done this so many times already. We are needed. I'll go not with you.
Us. We are us. To the helm we go. We are going to the helm.
All right, we got it. Come with me. Oh, oops. Nothing here anymore, right? Okay. Let's power through all this.
Abomination. This is your end.
Your head throbs and your skin tingles. Visions rush past. A dragon's wing, a silver sword, and a flash of your face seen through the strange woman's eyes.
Oh. My head. What is this? Skvar. You are no thrall. Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive. First,
Oh, look at my. Ah.
then we find the helm and take control of the ship. As for that thing, it will remain tame as long as it believes we are thralls. It may be of use in the fight to come.
All right. Excellent. I can reach
Try
that.
me.
I am fury. I am death.
Sorry.
Fall by my hand.
Also, this game is. I've never played it with headphones, so I'm like. I'm hearing new things. Oh, no, I don't mean to do that.
To the helm.
Do I have an axe? No, I don't. This. Did we loot this guy already? Yeah, we did. picking up anything? Because I can throw anything.
We need to get out before it's too late.
Oh, no, no, no.
Mind flayer machinery. Better watch what I touch.
What's this do?
Psionic energy radiates from the prisoners, but they do not react.
Machine made them
Oops.
hostile.
Can I hit you? I can hit you. My God. Damn, oh my God. What the fuck? 80%. How much is this? 80? Okay. Yeah, dude, oh my God, that was kind of annoying. Yeah, that's good. How much? 80%. He can't reach that. Oh my God. I'll just move him closer.
Swift and lethal.
That is crazy. What the fuck?
It does it.
Are you serious? I don't remember it being this hard. There you go. In a minute. I don't know. I can sell that. I can sell the candle. We're not even gonna do the cutscene. Let's see. Like, I'm just gonna
The
get her
console
out so we
appears
can just start
dormant.
powering through. Hit it.
Nothing. The console remains dormant. The mechanisms are completely unrecognizable at first, but then you spy an empty socket.
Whatever fits in that socket must.
Can I not hit it?
The console.
Alright. Hold on. Oh, okay. Oh my God. I did not save and I thought that was going to kill her. Yes, we are allies.
Skra. How many hosts of these gay infected?
This might unlock those controls next to the pod.
I'm not gonna do that. You know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna be mean or evil, despite what the narrator says. Excuse me.
The console appears dormant. The console hums to life.
Let's see. Let's see if she can figure this out. She can. Wow. Okay.
The pulsing glow and organic lines of the device make it seem more like a beating heart than a machine.
Okay.
Perhaps it will open the nearby pod. Suddenly, you feel a hideous squirming in your head. A parasite. Then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you. Connection. Authority.
Oh my God, please. Alright. The last time I did this, I got a 1 on a roll. Or I had to roll something and the die was 2 and I got a 1.
Console process your command and yield to it. A shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated.
thought that damn thing was going to be my coffin. Thank you.
Your mind lurches into her thoughts. Her
You keep dangerous company.
That's racist.
More that Gith have a problem with everyone else. But there's more important matters right now. Survival. Let me come with you. We can get off this ship and watch each other's backs along the way.
Yes. Yes,
Shadow
that's
Heart.
fine.
One moment.
Yeah, real subtle. Very, very subtle. Of course, let's go.
Finally. Let us make for the helm. We've wasted enough time already.
She's right. Lead on.
One more for the road. Excellent. We are ready.
We are nearing the helm. Once inside, do as I say.
Who put you in charge? I'll trust my own judgment.
It is, the more I play it, it is insane to say that when in this universe and like in like right in the game's universe, everybody knows like the Githyanki like are like their whole history has to do with like mind flayers and all that stuff. Like they have a past with this race. So it is insane to me, and that Shadowheart says that. Like it's funny, like it's good writing, but it's just like I don't know. It's a very frustrating scene knowing the universe and knowing the world building behind it. If I'm wrong, please let me know nicely. But yeah, I think it's crazy to say that.
Connect the nerves of the transponder. We must escape. Now.
Do it. We will deal with the Geich after we escape.
Connect the nerves. Nerves. We will connect them.
All right, let's fight.
Impact is imminent. I must
Can you reach
connect
that?
the helm.
You can reach that. That's pretty good.
Victory awaits.
Let's put it over
On the
here.
move.
Okay, start of combat. Go.
What's the plan?
She's gonna miss? Okay, thank God.
I'm coming for you.
Take this. Or will have your head.
I'm just gonna have him over here just in case.
Victory awaits.
I'm gonna try to see if I can get the sword out of this guy before we go. Because the sword he has is very good, and I really want to see if I can get that. Also, I love the soundtrack so much. It's so, so good.
Taking position.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Let's finish this. Heading there.
Hmm.
Leave him to me. Connect the transponder.
I have this.
Hurry before they strike.
Okay, I'm done.
Ignore the devil.
Shut up. I want the loot so bad.
I am fury. I am death.
I'm gonna make you hit him. Far away though. Okay, that's fine. That's good
Taking
progress.
position.
Need to act fast. Onward.
Ah. Can I loot? Nope. There's nothing there. Oh my god, please. Okay, that's good.
Focus.
Let's just risk it with Shadowheart. That's good. Dude, oh my god. You know what? Sure, I would like that pearl.
Let's end this.
Really? That didn't like kill him? Well, I have to get out of here. Okay, well, we're gonna leave.
To strike.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
My faith will protect me. On I go.
I'm far away. Okay. Oh my god, I cannot make that. Can I make it?
Cast to put my hands
Forward, Istik.
I don't need it.
Transponder.
I don't need this sass from Lisa when I'm trying to like get loot and trying to get cool weapons for us. I don't need that. We kind of made it. Oh my god, so bright.
half expected your memories to return once you were free of the Mind Flayer ship. But your past is still an aching void. If you don't find a way to remove the tadpole burrowed in your brain soon, your future will be as blank as your past. Your head whispers vengeance. You cannot wait to slice your way forth, seeking whatever wrought this tragedy upon you.
Yeah, I guess so. It's Wait, is there anything behind me? So for context, I never gave it the time of day to loot anything.
Since you awoke on the ship, your mind has been cold and empty, but something stirs. With your hands close to this body, you know nothing of why, but you find a half smile flittering across your face.
Intelligence. I'm always okay, so I'm going to roleplay her. Anything that comes regarding intelligence, she is going to try it because she wants to try to exercise her brains and her minds, even though she literally can't. So I want to like roleplay her like that, like she at least tries. Ah.
As soon as you delve into your mind, it is filled with flashes of 1,000 different dead. There is something unknown and unspeakable deep within your heart.
Hell yeah, man. Oh, the Shadow Heart. I need her for this fight. For like the fight that we're gonna go into. Just gonna sneak right in here and try to take that. Oh my god, my character looks massive. Oh my god.
What are you doing?
Of course, I'm checking if you're alive.
Yes. Thank you for the concern. And speaking of, how are we alive?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
True. Seems like we're the lucky ones, judging by all the corpses strewn about. I remember the ship. I remember falling. Then nothing. First things first, we need supplies, shelter, and most of all, a healer. We might have escaped, but we still have these little monsters in our heads.
I like that. I was like, alright, bye.
No, I don't recognize this place. But anything's an improvement on where we just came from. We need each other, and we both know what's at stake. Can't think of better company.
Alright.
One thing, just before we go. I wanted to thank you again for freeing me. It would have been all too easy for you to run right past my pod, but you didn't. I'll remember that. Lead the way.
It's gonna go over here. Oh, I leveled up. That was fast. All right. Oh.
There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
I like this letter. Just gonna keep it.
those wretched things.
Oh, we gotta level up, that's right. Okay. I'll take that. Could be very useful, I think. Okay. Oh, is there anything in that barrel? A loot. I can sell that. Look how easy it is to level up. Ah, nice. We're getting rid of this. All right. Where am I? Okay.
Vicious filth. Best keep some distance or this will be a short fight.
That's wow. Okay.
Dying for me. All of them.
How did the? Okay, you know what? Whatever. It's fine. It's the beginning of the game. I can't get annoyed.
Your time has come.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Jesus Christ. Yes, I'm gonna hit it. Hold on. 99.
You fight well. Perhaps our survival
What's
isn't
that?
such a distant prospect.
Could be something there. What's up here? What the fuck? Where am I going? What? Ooh. Should we go? I might get killed first. Let's just do that. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I'm actually playing my character. I'm her. I'm literally her.
Footprints. There may be even more that survived the crash.
Dead goblins over there. Worth checking for supplies, maybe.
Is that a weapon? Okay.
What's going on with that room? Looks unstable somehow.
You approach the sigil on the stone. Magic glitters and swirls from it erratically, as if malfunctioning. It looks slightly dangerous.
Touch it.
A hand? Anyone? should have clarified. Hmm? A helping hand. Anyone?
Oh my god, that was close. Okay.
That's it! Go on! Keep pulling! Oh. Hello. I'm Gale of Waterdeep. Apologies. I'm usually better at this. That magic. Say, but I know you, don't I? In a manner of speaking. You were on the Norse Lloyd as well.
Oh my god, Jesus.
I don't know what transpired exactly, but the ship broke into pieces and I suddenly found myself in freefall. So I was
Oh my god, I
plummeting to
forgot.
sudden death. I spied a glimmer quite near where I estimated my
has
body to
something in my
impact with
eyes.
less than
Hold on.
savory propulsion. Recognizing this glimmer to be magical in nature,
Okay,
I
it's not
reached out
it's
to
not
it
bad.
with a weaving of words and found myself on the other side, as it were. How about you? How did you survive the fall?
I don't know.
Fair enough. But even so, I have the unfortunate suspicion your survival is still very much in jeopardy. Back on the ship, you too were on the receiving end of a rather unwelcome insertion in the ocular region, were you not?
Yeah.
The insertee we speak of, this parasite, are you aware that after a period of excruciating gestation, it will turn us into mind flayers? It's a process known as ceramorphosis, and let me assure you, it is to be avoided. You don't happen to be a cleric by any chance, do you? A doctor? Surgeon? Uncannily adroit with a knitting needle?
You seem to know enough about our condition to realize it's beyond most clerics' skills.
Most, no doubt, but I find myself hoping to be in the presence of the
Oh,
few.
okay.
You don't happen to be one of them. As we've established, few enough can. It's not exactly a common affliction. We're most certainly going to need a healer, and soon, too. How about we lend each other a helping hand once? Most excellent. Oh, but before you think you're about to embark on a journey with most ill-mannered, it was an act of foresighted kindness, I assure you. For I have the feeling ample opportunities will present themselves for me to return the favor. No rest for the wicked.
Waterdavian nobility? Is that supposed to be Waterdeep then? I don't think so, but I'll go on my short sword.
Intestines throb, blood whispers.
I forgot. Dirge is very intense.
There, a mind flayer. And it's her.
That thing's bound to be dangerous, even if injured. Best be careful.
You approach the dying monster. You could end its life here and now, if only you didn't feel compassion. Compassion. Yes, you feel hate, and you deserve to be punished for it. You should be whipped, made to bow before this creature in shame. It's possessing your mind, forcing you to love it, but then the feeling slips. The creature's mind seems to focus elsewhere. The monster lies exhausted, defeated. Its eyes, wet orange pearls, radiate malice.
Look at that, another inspiration point.
Death is too good for it. Let's move.
Hey! I need some help!
Hello.
Hurry! I've got one of those brain things cornered. There, in the grass. You can kill it, can't you? Like you killed the others?
No.
I was hoping for a kind soul. Well, not to worry. Shh. Not a word. Let's try to keep that lovely neck of yours in one piece. Hmm? And you, keep your distance. No need for this to get messy.
I need her alive. Stow that blade, or I'll show you just how messy things can get.
Promises, promises. But I have other business, I'm afraid. Now, I saw you on the ship, didn't I? Nod?
Oh, it's melee. Shit. This is gonna be pretty bad. Oh my god.
You wriggling little...
Is he gonna stab me? Oh,
Your
okay.
mind twists. You're looking out of unfamiliar eyes, prowling dark, busy streets. You try to hold the memory, but it fades to the worm. The light, the fear.
What was that? What's going on?
It's the worm. I'm gonna hurt you. Oh my god. Okay, that's good, that's good.
I saw into your mind. They took you. Just the same as me. And to think, I was ready to decorate the ground with your innards. Apologies. A kindred spirit. My name's Astarion. I was in Baldur's Gate when those beasts snatched me. The strong and silent type. All right. Please tell me you at least know something about these worms. No. These worms are already affecting me. I can feel it. Now, what to do about it? I was ready to go this alone, but maybe sticking with the herd isn't a bad idea. Safety in numbers, after all. And I hate to turn down an invitation. All right. Maybe I'll see you there. Good luck.
As he leaves, you're flooded with visions of a perfect, pretty corpse,
Alright, he dipped. Do they have anything to
You're
say?
not versed in magic, are you?
No.
No matter to worry the unlettered over. If you meet any elder wizards, let me know. There is a matter I'd like to seek advice on from a master.
How would I know? How would I know to be that I'm a... Oh my god.
Astarion's an interesting find. Let's hope any future acquaintances don't hold a blade to your throat by way of introduction.
Alright, let's go. Let's just like, I need to like actually lock in and like power through this part. Okay, we got Gale, we did the Mind Flare. Now we can go to get a cell and go to the camp. I'm going to get the shovel.
Here, shovel. Don't fancy getting my hands dirty. I need a shovel.
You think it's dangerous?
Of course it's dangerous. Zoru was right. Yellow as a toad and twice as ugly.
The thing's dangerous. Leave it for the goblins to kill.
And if it escapes, how will you... Oh, a guest.
Your skull pounds in response to the prisoner's white-hot stare. Her lips don't move, yet you hear her voice.
Get rid of them.
Oh my god. Are you serious? I can't use Can I not give myself a yeah. Damn. Okay, thank god. I didn't want to kill
She's
Tiefling.
right. Let's go. We need to check out that blast. You didn't hear it. Shook our camp good, so we came for a look.
Oh my god, I keep rolling for stuff.
Northwest.
And be careful. There are goblin traps everywhere.
Nymessa, come.
Enough gawking. Get me down.
Observe and listen. You'll hear goblins before you see them.
Me down.
Oh my god, Lysel, calm down.
The tadpole hasn't yet scrambled all your senses. But the longer we wait, my people possess the cure for this
Careful. She obviously sees your kindness as weakness.
You may as well suggest a wyvern bow to worms. The cure I offer will suffice as thanks. You have made an ally from Kresh Kalir. Few know such fortune. Call me Lae'zel.
I'll trust your judgment, but I won't trust her. Not until I've gotten the measure of her.
You've a sharp tongue, elf. Would the...
Half elf. I suppose the finer details are lost on a creature like you.
Come. The Horned Ones mentioned a camp. One there, this Zoru, has seen Githyanki. A Kresh must be near. We will ask this Zoru where he has seen my kin. Action, not reaction.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Excellent choice.
Oop. I don't know if I should do Withers first or if I should I don't know if I should do Withers first or if I should go to the Tiefling camp first. I'm like really debating what to do here. Um. I don't know where to go first. Like, we're right there to do with this, so I kind of want to just get that out of the way. And then do the whole thing so we're not going back and forth. I might do that. Yeah, just let's do what getting with this out of the way. It's so much, I think, convenient and easier and faster. Because then we can just focus everything on the...
You! Not another step, hear me? Boss! Got company up here!
What's this then? Trying to creep around us and loot the crypt? Not happening. Or is it the ship you're after? Don't matter either way. It's ours. All of it.
Let's see if... I hope I can do this one. Let's see. I got it. I got it.
Well, in that case, come on, you lot. No point in getting killed. Second worm gets the cheese and all.
Second mouse gets the cheese, no?
Nobody's getting any damn cheese. Now move it.
It would have been quicker to kill them.
Oops. Okay. I'll take those. Sure. I was gonna like not pick everything, and then I ended up just... I was like, it's just way more easier if I pick everything up. Ah.
Everything all right out there?
Oh god, this is bad. Overwrite, yes. Okay, good.
Oh, I told her it wasn't safe out there.
Surprise!
You're dead!
55.
Can't give up. Time to strike.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Damn, alright. Yes. Is that light armor or is this just like normal? Yeah, I'll wear this one. Should I though? It's not recommended to wear that as like a barbarian.
No more prayers. Only dust and silence.
Who are those prayers for? Normally the patron god is Orpheus. Not here.
I'll wait until we get a better one.
Ancient, indecipherable text covers the plaque.
A dead tongue. Whoever worshipped here must be long gone.
Alright, let's do this fight.
How'd you get past Andor?
I hopefully it'll work, cause yeah, I want to get like all this area done first before we keep going. I want to see if we can like get to the goblin camp tonight. So technically we're speed running all like a lot of the stuff. I'm just gonna do a little one of these. Gonna keep her back here.
I will ascend.
Still on my feet. What path lies before me?
40, 60, that's good. Alright.
Swords meet sorcery. May it please, Mistra.
Nice.
Got to press on.
Let's see if we can finish it. Ah, it's over. That was pretty good. We didn't take damage, I think. How's everybody doing? One.
Let's get on with
She
it.
has one left.
Action, not reaction.
You know what? I think we can do all this. We can do like all of it.
That one later.
I'll sell it. That's good.
It's been a long day. Better stop to rest soon.
Ah. No Saturday. No way Saturday Baldur's Gate. Hi Jeremy. Yeah, I don't usually stream on Saturdays, but I was like, it's a pretty chill day and it's a long weekend, so I'm just gonna try to stream tonight and tomorrow. So welcome to Baldur's Gate. I'm on a normal run. I'm not on honor or anything, but I am doing Dark Urge. So yeah, I'm just doing this for just to chill. And thank you for stopping by. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing this too. Then I'll sell all that stuff. I don't know who I'm gonna romance. I'm thinking of doing Gale, but also Astarion is really good for Dark Urge, so I might do him, but I've done him a lot of the time and I've never done like a full Gale one. I'm thinking of Will too. So I'm debating between, oh my god, my character is so stupid. So yeah, I'm debating between Astarion or Gale. Because Will is fun, but I don't know. Definitely not Halsin. Like, he's okay, but it's not like... They should have patched his romance and they didn't, and that's what disappointed me. The person who wrote mainly for Astarion also wrote Dark Urge. That's partly why it's so late. Yeah, I saw that, like, when I first played the game, I read that, like, the writer for Dark Urge and Astarion, like, are basically the same. Oh, what's this? These tools, nice. I don't know. Also, hi, Becca. I don't know if I'm gonna resist it. I kind of want to, because I think the playoff is nice, but I haven't played Dark Urge since like 2.5 years ago, before that huge patch update they did. So I seriously have no clue how it's gonna play out eventually at the end of the game. So I'm like, you know, I'm excited. Astarion romance, well, resisting Dark Urge is probably my favorite romance in the game. It's so good. Like, I remember in my original playthrough, I did Dark Urge and I resisted a little bit, and then I got the bad ending because I was like, I want to be a vampire and live in this vampire castle. So I ascended him and like we both became just vampire lords, I guess. And it was like a weird ending. Does that make sense? Like, it was really cool seeing that. Like, you end up getting like the fucking castle and all that stuff, but it's not like, there's some really creepy scenes. And that route is, I think it's cool because you get to see like a cool perspective of like your character actually ends up being a vampire, compared to the other one. Because in the other one, Astarion doesn't, you know, he doesn't ascend, and he just gets like, it becomes back to normal, and then you guys both go live in the Underdark. But that was before the patch of like you know, you can rule Baldur's Gate, or you can do a bunch of stuff in the endings. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. And yeah, it's really cool if you ascend him. Obviously it gets really creepy, and the game, like, in its own way tells you like, hey, this was kind of like the bad decision, but it's cool because like in the epilogue it suggested that you guys like just do vampire parties all the time. It's weird. It's so weird, but it's so cool because it's basically like, surprise, you're a vampire. You get to like get down on your knees and I'm like, yeah. I remember like I think his romance is one of the best ones, but I did Gale at the beginning of like a year ago, whatever, and I'm doing a run now with my partner, and I'm romancing Gale. And Gale's is really wholesome. It just takes like a million trillion years. Oh, that's not the slot. A million years to like for anything to happen. But I think I'm definitely gonna do Astarion here because I think it's just worth it, and like the payoff is really good as Dark Urge. Also, the scenes are really cute. So yeah. Well, I mean, okay, I'm going on a tangent now, but I would realistically romance Halsin, right? But Halsin's romance is so, in my opinion, it got really good. Like the tension and everything got good at the end of Act 2, and like while you do all that stuff, and then nothing happened. And like I think his romance, Halsin specifically, had a lot of potential, but they just never kind of wrote through it or anything. I think he was just like a last edition.
Wasn't built for the living.
I might be wrong though, obviously. So I don't take anything I'm saying to heart, right? But I don't know. I really do think that they should have just written him better. My favorite romance scene in the game is probably Dark Urge. I wonder if you could make decisions about it. Yeah, dude. Oh, so I like that whole night sequence that happens. It's so good. I like the way he's very supportive too, like that whole time with Dirge. It's really good. And I want to see it again because it's been like literally years. Wait, hold on. I don't have my mod with me. Give me a second. I need to I need to allow some things in the stream. Oops. Give me a second. No, you're good. There you go. You're good now. Oh, where's the mouse? Right here. Okay. Not bad. Nothing. Lae'zel is really funny. I've never done like a Lae'zel romance. I think she's really cool. I've heard her romance is like amazing, but I've never gotten like around to it. I started to do Karlach a long time ago, and that playthrough got accidentally deleted. So yeah. She hit me like a ton of bricks. I've heard it's like super like very good. Oh my god, I might actually die doing this. Can I disarm it, please? Yeah, dude, I accidentally deleted my romance save, like my romance run with Karlach, and it took me forever to like get approval of her or anything like that. Yeah, I think even like as a platonic run with Lae'zel, it's so good. I think she has the best arc overall in the game. And the Karlach romance is really sad. I agree. Oh, oops. I gotta open this. I agree. Yeah, like Lae'zel is like, and then I remember for a time she got like a lot of hate for some reason. I don't know why, because she's just,
nothing hurts anymore.
I think she's like super good.
Indolence breeds madness.
Ooh, excuse me. But yeah, if you guys didn't look at the beginning, I kind of just speed run all of the all this stuff. Like when you crash and everything, because it's I don't want to go through all that again like in a slow time. Did I pick up the, oh my god, did I pick it up? I might have sent it to camp. Right, am I missing it? Yeah, I sent it to camp by accident. That's okay. appreciate how she can come to conclusions on her own without us having to use the dice roll. Yeah. Yeah, I think she's probably the best. Her and Karlach. My favorite companion is Karlach.
But no sign of a struggle.
Give me that.
I wonder what was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection.
Okay. No. Yeah, I agree. Like they're
Jurgle, scribe of the dead. I didn't think anyone still worshipped him.
yeah, but I agree overall. Like Lisa, I think is like a really good character. I'm gonna keep my character here, and then I'm gonna make Lisa do it.
The air is ripe with magic.
Indolence breeds madness.
Since I'm a barbarian, I should stay close to the thing. Oh my god, oops.
Something just woke up.
Forthwith.
No choice but to keep going.
Oh my god, that's it? Okay.
Can't afford to let up.
Make way.
Can I reach that guy? Ooh.
Let my name be known.
Oh, I can't move. Alright. Oops. Also, this is my first time playing a barbarian. Because I always play like paladins and clerics and stuff like that. Like stuff that requires spell slots. And this is the first time I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna play a stupid barbarian. Like stupid in a wholesome way. Did you get hurt?
Look to Queen 6.
Still silenced, right? Alright.
Time to push my luck again. You've made a grave mistake.
I'm gonna stay
ready.
here.
On the move.
Oh, she can't reach that? Really? I'm going too fast.
It has it. My path be true.
Jesus, oh my god, he's gonna die. They're gonna get my boy. No. This might work.
What now? Kill again!
Take a...
With haste.
Need to stay focused.
No worries. I am going to hit him very, very hard. Let's see if this works.
Bow, or you break.
Okay.
Corpses are better fighters than many who draw breath in this world. Curious.
Ah!
Fools. Rising from the dead just to protect some dusty old baubles.
Oh gosh, Shadowheart. I forgot how much. I don't know. A lot of people love Shadowheart, and I do too. Towards the end of the game, I forgot how frustrating she was. Like right now, at the beginning of the game, she really frustrates me. But it's okay.
Effort to hide one sarcophagus.
You know what? I'm gonna give that to Astarion, because I know there's a Misty Step amulet around here somewhere, and I want to, you know, I want to get that one. So Barbarian with Misty Step is crazy in my opinion.
So he has spoken, and so thou standest before me, right as always. What a curious way to awaken. Now, I have a question for thee. What is the worth of a single mortal's life?
I don't know.
Curiosity. Nothing more. Wilt thou answer my question? So, I ask again, what is the worth of a single mortal life?
What's the last one? Depends on the mortal. Yeah. Oh my god, I don't know.
I am curious by what standards thou shalt judge. Very well. I am satisfied. We have met, and I know thy face. We will see each other again at the proper time and place. Farewell.
Bye, Withers. What's that? Elixir fire resistance. What does Arson's oil do? Oh, that's pretty good. I didn't know it did that. Diminution, yeah, sure, and then the soul coin.
Strange coin. I wonder what it's worth.
Alright, let's loot some things. I'm actually really glad that I did this way before even going to the Tiefling camp. Because now I don't have to like, be going like back and forth on anything. I know there's some stuff in here. Can I lockpick it?
Wonder what's past this.
Aha! Let's try again. Oh, oops. You know what? It's okay. I'm not gonna waste it. Can I hit it?
Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive log.
Rock is begging to be smashed. Yeah, I can see that. I like the barbarian choices a lot. Alright, we got it. Break it.
As the
Oh,
lock
she's so
opens,
strong.
a loose page comes with it. Magic pulses from the parchment. What was once script is now an obliterated scrawl. You have a sense these are names, a list. But of what?
Let's see if she can figure this out. Oh my god. Every roll I've done tonight in terms of like religion or wisdom or like intelligence, she's succeeded all of the rolls.
These are the names of gods, once lost but now restored after the Second Sundering. The last three names in this book sit close together, but are so devastated by the scroll as to be unreadable. Entire pantheons have dwindled and been reborn, silently recorded by this book.
Wow.
Bone dust.
Oh, hello.
Still comforting after all this time.
Oh man, I need to keep playing Divinity Original Sin 2. Where am I going? Actually, you know what? Let's just go to camp and then we'll go from there. Where did I put the... You know what? I guess it's lost forever. I have no idea where I would put that. Did I give it to Astarion by accident?
Everything is clear.
Oh, let me look the inventory.
Let me work my magic.
Oh, I gave it to Astarion, that's why. Here, like so. Now she has it. I think? What the fuck? Why does he have it? Okay, there you go.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Yes. I would like to take a rest. Who wants to talk to me? Please sell. Hello.
A monster forms inside us, and you think to be idle.
I'm sorry.
I knew your kind to be fragile, but I didn't foresee the severity. Be quick about your rest. We must locate a crash. A thick-headed notion in a complex circumstance. Do you suppose the parasites inside us dare to rest? That the Geich do not still pursue us with each peal of the bell? Take your rest. I will stand watch. Should a single tentacle split your skull, I will not hesitate to end you.
Thank you. It's very sweet of you. Thank you so much. Should I don't know if I should like exhaust my dialogue options with her.
Chatter already.
Oh my god, chill out. I just want to talk to you.
I expect I am your first. Of course you haven't. They would have cut you from navel to neck. You are no less alien to me than I am to you. I know of your kind, but I do not often encounter them. That large, fleshy nose of yours looks like a mistake.
Thank you. I keep saying every time she's got a sass response, I'm like, thanks. Thank you for
It was an
noticing.
observation, not a compliment. No matter. I do not intend to stay long in this place.
We'll see about that, Lisa. As long as you have that thing, we're stuck together.
Ceremorphosis takes all of you. Mind, body, soul. An ordinary tadpole would eat at your memories until they were lost to the void. But our tadpoles are far from ordinary. I wonder if another factor's in play.
I'll talk to Gale.
Your Gith friend seems on edge. Mustn't relish the thought of sprouting tentacles. Understandable. Can't say I'm a fan either. It's just hard to join in when all of this feels so new. The night normally means bustling streets, bursting taverns. Curling up in the dirt and resting is, a little novel. I'm in no place to rest yet. Today has been a lot. I need some time to think things through. To process this. You sleep. I'll keep watch.
No. I hate that he I feel like he's gonna disapprove, right?
Suit yourself.
Oh, okay, no.
Sweet dreams.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna. Not yet. You have an exclamation mark. Oops, sorry.
Doing the rounds, are you? You'd better get some rest. What were you two talking about?
None of your business.
Wrong. Your business is mine. We're entwined, thanks to this. If we're to survive, we need to trust each other. You seem reliable. I think you know how important it is that we find someone who can cure us. Best if we focus on that. We did just talk about it.
Oh my god, chill out. Lisa, look at me. Oh my god, I could never. Jesus. He's so hostile.
Go to hell. Ha! You're a good sport. Go to hell. An everyday expression. So trivial it's almost meaningless. But we've seen hell. It's real. And it isn't trivial. Devils, dragons, mind flayers. They used to be abstracts. Pictures on a piece of paper. What a difference a day makes. Now we have tadpoles slithering through our heads like carnivorous feti. That's not abstract. This ballet of flames invites reflection. But you're right. Let's be up with the lark. Find a healer before the wee one gets hungry.
Man, oh, I hate that. I hate that. I laugh a lot. Oh, like, I get really like, oh my god, stop it with Gale. He's great, but I'm trying to romance this time, but every time I talk to Gale, I get like a little, you know. I like Gale. He's great.
We meet again, as predicted.
Yeah.
I shall be here in thy camp, for whenever thou hast need of my mending of the threads between life and death. Should thou or any of thy compatriots perish, I will cleave soul to body once more.
Can I? Let's see if I can do something here. All right. Yeah, I can't change the body type. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's fine. How close are we to leveling up? Oh, we're pretty okay, good. All right, everybody. Time to go to bed. I'm now. I don't know now if I should romance Gale or Astarion. I'm very conflicted. I'm just gonna see how the you know, how it feel. I'm just gonna feel it out, you know.
I am enjoying the latest addition to our little group. Lae'zel is delightful. In a very look at me twice and I'll dismember you kind of way, of course.
I need Lae'zel for that part.
Oh, what's to tell? I'm a magistrate back in the city. It's all rather tedious.
Okay. I'll bring him in later.
A Githyanki joining our company. Not a collaboration I'd have anticipated, but a welcome one nonetheless. Let's see. I hail from Waterdeep, city of splendors. I am a wizard of considerable acclaim and scholar of exceptional accomplishment. I have a cat, a library, and a weakness for a good glass of wine. And if the mood takes me, I'm known to try my hand at poetry. There.
Thank you. Okay, let's leave the party. Oh no. Oh my god, no. I didn't. Oh, damn it. Okay. Ay, me estoy dando la vuelta del siglo. Oh my god.
Open the bloody gate! Nobody gets in! Zevlor's orders! That pack of goblins will be on us any second! What's going on? Goblins are on our tail! Open the gate, Zevlor, now! You let goblins here? Where is the druid? Please! There's no time! By the nine hells! Open the gate! Cannon! No! Shit!
Alright, let's just do this.
Damnable roach! Provoke the blade and suffer its sting.
I also like Will a lot. I think he's a really cool character. Like, all the companions are great.
By sickle and sword. Scout! Get to the high ground! Raiders! Charge the bastards! For the absolute!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
On my way.
give in. On my way.
$65, $50. Hitting this guy.
Seems like the best way.
Are you serious? Stop it. Oh my god. That's so annoying. There's always in this fight I noticed that one that one goblin always like dodges the attack. It's really annoying. Okay, he's out. Oh, thank God. Okay, it was that goblin. I think. Whatever. He's just. I'm glad he's dead. At least I'll send mud. Can Gale? I feel like I can do this. He can hit. He can hit them.
Their worst nightmare. Pawn to cleric 4.
Another day, another fight.
Dude, you have 1 HP. What? Oh my god, that's so... Yeah, good. See if they still can get him. Oh, what? Are you... You know what? Whatever. It's fine. This is super annoying. Okay, he's out. I feel like she's gonna slip. Let's see. Wait, can he jump over there? Let's see. Oh my god, he can. Hold on, let me move him. Please don't slip. Please don't slip. Okay, good. Oh no! Whatever.
That was the last of them.
That's great.
All of you, more may follow. Open the gate.
I'm gonna loot and then I'm gonna go to... What is this? Can I throw that? Okay, you know what? I think I have enough enough weapons to throw. These are good. Alright, let's go up here. Oh, I gotta save the game for anything.
There are children here, you fool!
We was running for our lives.
You led them straight to us, and you let them take the druid too? Unbelievable!
Tell
that to the dead at the gate.
Shut it, Horns! I'd be lying dead next to the goblins if you'd stalled any longer.
My duty is to this camp.
Oh, God forbid you risk your precious tail. But I shouldn't be surprised. Foul-bloods ain't known for courage.
You see the tiefling's jaw clench. He's about to erupt.
If I fail this, I'm gonna be very disappointed. How many? Yeah. Okay, I could do it. I have 4. I really want to punch Aridin, as you can see.
He acts before you can intervene. With a thunk, the armored man collapses, unconscious.
Enough. The goblins have found us. No doubt the beasts will be back. We need to pack up and leave. Immediately!
Nursing his head for a 10-day. For once.
Seems his... Now that's settled. Thank you for your help out there. I'm Zevlor. Well met. I should warn you, visitors are no longer welcome in this grove. Whatever your business, I'd see to it quickly. The druids are forcing everyone out. This attack will only strengthen their resolve. There have been several attacks by different monsters. The druids blame us outside. They've started a... We can't stay, but we're refugees from Elturel. We took shelter here after gnolls attacked us on the road. We were bound for Baldur's Gate, and it was too late to turn back. Elturel had no place for tieflings after the Descent.
The Descent, an infernal conspiracy that had seen the entire city of Elturel briefly dragged to the Hells.
A fair point. We can only hope the citizens of Baldur's Gate are more open-minded. But we can't get there with those beasts blocking our path. I've tried. Korga, their new first druid, won't even see me. Perhaps you could persuade her. For more time to prepare, if nothing else. Goblin got you. The druid Halsin's a renowned healer, but he didn't make it back from Aradin's expedition. If it's not too serious, you could try his apprentice Nettie. She's with the other druids in the Inner Grove. They've withdrawn there to prepare this damn ritual of theirs.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think you should. Yes. No harm in trying the diplomatic route.
We'd owe you a great debt. If we're forced to leave now, we won't make it to the city. You'll find the druids at the heart of the grove.
Also, I can't fully do a dirge run, like a fully evil dirge run, because that would mean killing all the kids here in the goblin camp, and I don't like to do that. Like, I don't support that stuff, and it's really sad, right? And I'm gonna get really sad if I do that. To have to level up. I have to think so much to level up my barbarian. Oh, actually, I have to pick my class. Giant, Wild Heart, and Wild Magic. What's this? Ooh. Also, Giant, I think, is like the new class. Berserker. Do I do more damage? Okay. On throw attacks. I'll do that one. think that's good. I think having Misty Step is good. Oh, this is good. Maybe get rid of this one and then have her. Less frustration. Aid. I think I have Lysella, yeah. Yeah, people with magic. This is good. It's poison. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna sell. Why is everything highlighted? That's kind of weird, but whatever.
Refugee, well met. Is there anything you need? Act fast if you do. Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
Okay. Time to sell. I'm keeping the rope. What's this? Damn. I don't need that, honestly. Diminution oil. Sure, why not? I'll keep that. You don't need that Shadow Heart. I think that's it. I think that's all the extra stuff. Yes, I think so. Okay. What does he have for me? 13. How much is it? 105? That's pretty good. Dexterity sewing through the tight stitches. Blind panel so hard into AC from dexterity limited to 2. That's good, I think. 130. What's the difference here? That's heavy armor. I'm not proficient in that yet. I think this one's good. The hide armor. I don't know. Chain shirt. How much is the chain shirt? Unless slashing damage. I can buy it and then I can like I can literally give it back if I don't like it.
Sylvanas.
I've got a long road ahead.
The goblins out forever. This is no fortress and we're no warriors.
10 and 14. That's pretty good, honestly. Are my boots? Yeah, this is good. Okay. I'm gonna save. I know it's saved before, but I did all the selling stuff. And I am going to go to the back. Why is my remote not? There you go.
You would choose strangers over us.
That's not what I said.
Can we stop shouting? No?
All right, I'm gonna go take a break. It's a little break, short break, and then I'll be right back. Okay.
Calm down. Please.
I won't leave them behind.
You're going to get us killed.
This is about your precious Baldur's Gate.
I care about our lives, our futures.
No, you just care about your stupid apprenticeship.
Take that back, right now. We don't even know these people.
That doesn't matter.
Of course it does. You would choose strangers over us.
That's not what I said.
Can we stop shouting? No?
The waiting's getting to me. If we left, we could at least make a run for it.
Calm down. Please.
I won't leave them behind.
You're going to get us killed.
Can't keep the goblins out forever. This is no fortress and we're no warriors. about our lives, our futures.
No, you just care about your stupid apprenticeship.
Take that back, right now. The waiting's getting to me. If we left, we could at least make a run for it. We don't even know these people.
That doesn't matter.
Of course it does. You would choose strangers over us. Can't keep the goblins out forever.
That's not what I said.
This is no fortress, and we're
Can
no
we stop
warriors.
shouting? No?
I'm back. Surprise! I am back from my tiny little break. Okay.
Calm down, please.
I won't leave them behind.
Okay, so since we now made it to the goblin camp, to the what's this thing called? The tiefling camp. I think we should try to clear all of it mostly. Like talk to Damon, talk to the Soru guy, and then talk to Kaga, save Arabella, and then save the little kid, and see where we end up from there. What time is it? Okay. I think so. I have all the time in the world. I'm just trying to see how we can do this, but I believe and I have faith that we're gonna be able to do that. Yeah, I just realized I was like, I've been like sitting for a while. I need to get up and like stretch my legs out and stuff.
This is about your precious Baldur's Gate.
I care about our lives, our futures.
See how we can do it, and then after that, probably we'll play Mass Effect for a little bit.
Take that back, right now.
Okay.
Hells, we can't just leave. They're kin.
I'll not gamble our lives, our futures, on people who are as good as dead. We must leave for Baldur's Gate at once.
Can we all just take a moment, please?
What's the point in blades and spells if we don't bloody use them? We should stay. These people aren't fighters. We can help.
Or yell louder. That's fine too. How dare!
Prove her wrong then, if you think you're able to, that is.
Damn.
Fine. We'll stay. If we survive, it'll make for a good story, I suppose.
Thank you, Roland.
We should have left by now. Damnation! Instead, we're just sitting here, practically begging to be attacked. Staying is a mistake. You don't understand. My apprenticeship with Leroican begins shortly. I cannot be late. Yes, that Leroican. The greatest wizard in Baldur's Gate.
I've heard that name before. A young man, yes? Lives in Ramazes Tower in the upper city.
The very same.
Word in Waterdeep has it he's a bit of a cad. But you say he's an accomplished wizard.
Of course he is. The greatest spellcaster along the Sword Coast. As if I'd settle for a lesser mentor.
In that case, I'd very much appreciate it if you could arrange an introduction, should we reach the city.
Common gossip. The byproducts of ignorance and jealousy. I've admired Leroican for years. Never dreamed he'd answer my letter. But I've worked myself to the bone for this. Few can match me in either magic or talent. The names Roland and Leroican will be known far and wide. You'll see.
Alright, time to recruit Will.
Children! Next time the goblins come, I'll be ready.
Bless your heart.
Again.
Wait, I can't?
Go on. Give me a best shot. Not bad. Again.
I can't do it. I'm not like you.
Umi, I don't need you to be like me. You just have to buy enough time to run. Come on. I believe in you. You can do this. You're on the right path, Umi. Go on now. Practice what you've learned. Well met. The blade of frontiers at your...
The man's smile bends downward, and his thoughts become yours. You are the blade of frontiers racing through the wastes of Avernus. Just ahead, a diabolical figure, red skin, single curled horn.
It's my girl, it's Karlak.
Bloodied great axe.
Hell's great fires.
I think.
You were on the ship. Better friends than the one. I'm sure you know the stories. Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid. They say there's no coming back.
I like that Will just like skips over the whole like, oh my god, we're gonna come illicit. Like he's like, I know that you know, and like I'm aware that you know, or like I hope you know what's gonna happen.
Shit.
Advocatus Diaboli.
I'm passing all the checks.
A champion in the blood war between diabolical forces and demons.
That ship sailed the Styx already. All I can hope for is to limit the damage. Her name is Karlak, an archdevil soldier I swore on my good eye to kill. I tracked her through the hells to the Mindflayer ship, but the damned illithids infected me before I could end her. She's out there now, preying on the innocent. I don't kill her, she'll leave behind nothing but a trail of corpses. Just so you know, but... Sorry, but there's no room for me.
Eventually sell Shadowheart. It's okay. Yeah, leave me a camp.
A splendid plan. We'll talk more there.
This place, but let's at least see if there's a healer to be found, first of all.
I've known a few warlocks in my time. Talented, of course, though sometimes too eager to listen to the devils on their shoulders. Comes with the territory, unfortunately.
The Githyanki people have a word for men like the Blade of Frontiers. Shalak, roughly translated, idealist do-gooder, or better yet, benevolent burden. His confidence is an asset. His pursuit of valor, not so much.
That is pretty accurate at the beginning. Okay, we're ready.
By Mordai's eyes, another one. My friend's blood not enough. Come to rip me open too.
In Kresh Kalir, a formal greeting begins with a bow.
Is this monster with you?
Lower. You dare interrupt? Has the tadpole ravaged your senses?
Thanks. What do you want from me? On the road to Baldur's Gate, near the mountain pass. Saw us for we saw it. Jammed its blade through Yul's belly. Straight to the other side. Man, I just ran.
The map. Show me.
No hard feelings.
Stop running around. Let me talk to you.
The last time a subordinate questioned my judgment, I ate tongue stew that very night.
Congratulations.
You ought to reconsider keeping her around before she causes real trouble.
Kenyak, your tantrum proves you no wiser than a hatchling. The teethling was clear.
Teethling.
If Eric yank you west of here, that must be our objective. Purification cannot wait.
I find this scene really wholesome.
I am unfamiliar with the, well, I shall not say culture. Custom, perhaps. You will educate me on matters of this Fey run. The Kresh holds the Zaithisk. It will cleanse us of the parasite. By covenant, I can say no more.
You ain't gonna shoot me. Your hands are shaking.
Put it down. She can't fight back.
That's the point. Get out of the way.
She didn't kill your brother, Arca. You're better than this.
Your mind wanders.
Oh my god.
Cobalt
I look so
shocked her mouth
evil.
when she tasted the metal before she died.
Shoot before you lose your nerve, Tieflin. If you ever had it to begin with. Doesn't even matter if you kill me. I'm chosen by the absolute I am. I'm blessed. Here it comes, you little beast.
Now we're gonna talk to Damon. Jesus, I don't know why. I don't know if this is a bug or not, but everybody is like highlighted and it's really tripping me out.
Fighting off those goblins. If you need to replace any gear, just ask. My selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel.
Of sorts. Used to be a bread and butter tinsmith before Elturel fell into Avernus. These days my talents are more eclectic. Learned a lot in my time in the Hells. Hope to forget most of it. But between you and me, there's nothing in all the realms like the utter power of infernal machinery. Alas, my offerings are far more humble these days.
Oh my god, that's crazy. My thing has more damage than his than what he's selling. Alright, I'm good. Alright, we triggered that.
Miss my forge.
I want to learn a trick too. Something only I know. Make one up. You can do.
I'm gonna get a Starion for these parts. And I'm gonna bench
We're traveling with the famed Blade of Frontiers. I feel safer already. Well, obviously I would, but you have so many followers already. I wouldn't want to crowd you. Well, in that case, careful, I bite.
Oh. Oh, that's really good. You get a +2 bonus to initiative rolls and skills with your rogue level. You no longer need advantage to trigger sneak attacks as long as you're within 1.5 meters of the target and you don't have the disadvantage. That's really good. I'm gonna do Swashbuckler this time. I always put Astarion as an assassin because I feel like that will work best with like his whole backstory and everything.
Interesting times.
But this is really Swashbuckler is really cool. I didn't know it was like that, if that makes sense.
Please, let us through.
Let my daughter go right now! She's a thief, hellspawn, and you will wait for Korga's judgment. Now get back!
Oh, let me through, Mragrasham, or I'll rip your damn throat out!
Carl Magrin, give her a chance. You, get back! It's forbidden to outsiders. Korga's orders. Keep back. Force my hand and I'll show you its claws.
A moment, Giona.
What? Oh, I understand. You. Apparently Korga wants to see you. Go ahead.
Yes, I see.
I'm sorry. Please. I'm sorry.
This is madness, Korga. She's just a
what, Wrath? A thief? A poison? A threat? I will imprison the devil. And I will cast out every stranger.
A death viper. You've milked their poison before. A single drop of it could kill that child in a heartbeat.
Here I am.
We will speak soon enough. First, judgment must be passed. The parasite eats our food.
Stop calling her parasite.
Then steals our most
Stop,
holy
that's
idol in
like, oh
thanks.
god.
Wrath, lock her up. She remains here until the rite is complete. And keep still, devil. Tila is restless.
Come, Korga. We took back the idol. Surely.
Do it.
The snake's hiss of approval reveals its intentions. Should the child struggle, it is poised to strike. The death of a child. A timeless tragedy that never grows old.
My god.
Her life matters more than satiating your dark fantasies. You focus, and they're gone. But clearly this child's life is in danger.
Oh my god, I do not want to end up in a fight. Are you serious? Oh my god. Jesus, alright. Oh, oops. I'll do it again. That is crazy. There you go. Okay.
Very well. Sif, Tila, to me.
That's right.
Out, thief. My grace has its limits.
That's right.
It hurts.
Thank you, Korga. Master Halsin.
Halsin isn't here. Keep his name off your tongue, lest Tila pierce it.
Damn, everybody wants to talk to me.
That woman has more venom in her heart than a snake in its fangs. But at least the child is safe. What is youth if not a time to be forgiven for one's transgressions? Ha! And you don't? You're wholly without vice or sin, or the occasional lapse in judgment? No. You don't strike me as quite that boring.
That's what matters.
I know that look. You're wondering why I was in pain before. Let's just clear the air about that now. It's just an old wound that hurts me from time to time. Nothing to be concerned about. It's nothing to do with the tadpoles, at least, in case your imagination is in danger of getting away from you. It's just something I have to live with. Quite a lot, if I'm being honest. But it always passes quickly, so I can manage.
Sorry, I'm like, I thought I heard something out in the apartment. Hold on. Alright, let's talk to Mrs. Rat.
Go on. Say it. You think I'm a monster?
Yeah?
Yes, you would say so. I know your kind. You see only villains and victims. A viper bears her fangs defending her brood. I call her mother. You call her monster. No matter. I took back the idol of Sylvanus, and the rite is resumed. We will seal the grove, free from harm, free of intruders. And mine perish if he stays. You showed great mettle at the gate. The mettle of a skilled sword for hire. I want you to provide your services to Zevlor. Offer to guide the Outlanders out of the grove. I'm sure they'll reward you well. They're to be gone before final prayer. If they are not, the Viper must strike. You will do more than speak. This tale ends but one way. With the Outlander rot cleansed, and the grove forever shrouded.
I might make a little before we play Mass Effect. I might make a little decaf coffee soon. So I'm gonna like take another break and then do the coffee and come back. See if we can push it, because then we have to. Where's the journal? So we have to do all this. We're gonna do the Netty thing now. The crash is gonna be in Act 2. Save the we saved Arabella. We have to complete that. Depending on something, I'll do that drop down. Yeah, I think so. And then after this, if I'm remembering right, we have to just discover the goblin camp and the goblin and like all that stuff.
I see you. Just give me a moment.
This medica drinks.
There. It's up to her now. Life or death. Now, what was it you needed?
You found her, but I still don't know what she can do for you.
I love Nettie. I love her voice too. Like the voice acting's really good on her.
Come here. Let's have a look at you. You seem healthy enough. A bit tired around the eyes, maybe. A tadpole.
Oh, oops. I didn't even look at the
A mind flayer tadpole. That's a serious condition. Come, follow me. I might be able to help. We need to be quick. This way.
Hell yeah.
There's some.
This one had the same problem as you. Attacked us in the woods together with some goblins. Tadpole crawled out of his head soon after. Rather too common as of late. At least that's what Master Halsin suspected. A pity you got me instead of him. He understands these things, studied them. Still, we have options. You don't have to be here for this.
Please, don't mind me. I'll just watch.
All right. Let's see what we can do. It might.
Oh my
First
god.
things first.
No.
Tell me about
I
your
might have to
symptoms.
kill her. No, I don't
Have you
want
noticed
to.
anything strange happening? It recognized you as being infected. Well now, that's something. How'd you pick up the parasite? Halsin was desperate to find where all this was happening. A mind flayer ship? But Master Halsin was sure. Look, you've been straight with me, so I'll be straight with you. You're dangerous. If you transform here, we're all dead. But you seem like a good soul. You deserve a chance to save yourself. This is a vial of wyvern poison. Swear to me, you'll swallow it if you feel any symptoms. The thorn? Coated in a fatal toxin. It was a last resort, in case I couldn't trust you. I don't have a cure. Only a way out. I'm sorry for misleading you, but I had to be sure you weren't a threat before I told you everything. Now, do I have your word or not? I hope it doesn't come to that, but thank you. Here. You know, I've spent my life treating folk and never once saw a mind flayer infection. Then suddenly, there's dozens of you. Maybe more. Master Halsin and I were tracking them, studying them, trying to figure out what the hells was going on. Because you should all be changing. There should be a small army of
that's
mind
changed.
flayers out there. But you're not. Weird powers aside, you seem perfectly normal. Mind flayers reproduce by infecting someone with their parasite. 7 gruesome days later, the victim transforms and a new mind flayer is born. The thing in your skull, though, it's different to anything in our records. It's one of their worms for sure. But this one gives you powers, telepathic connections. And it doesn't turn you into one of them. Not yet, anyhow. Could be, but there's a lot we don't know. Infected, folks like you, have been converging on an old temple of Selûne, and I've no idea why. When
There's a
Master
cult
Halsin heard the
there.
adventurers were heading
We're
that
gonna
way,
go and
he
crash
saw a chance to
it.
get answers, joined on the spot. Whatever he found there, he didn't make it back. I think so. I hope so.
I've sent birds to find him, but they can't get close without goblins trying to shoot them down. You, though, you're one of them. Technically speaking, I mean. They won't kill someone carrying their parasite. If you can find Halsin and get him out of there, we can discover what he learned. And perhaps he can save your life. How's that sound?
Sounds neat.
Thank you. It would mean everything to... I wish I could tell you more. But only all I can say for sure is they all went to the old temple of Selûne. And Master Halsin didn't make it back. Good luck out there. And if things start to go bad, remember... Step at a time, Nettie. Come on.
Wyvern point. It's lethal stuff. Let's hope we won't have to sample its delights.
Where's the tadpole? Bottled bloom. Oh, I thought that said bottled bottoms. Oh, here it is. Steel. Give it to me. Can I loot him? There's a lot of really good stuff around here, but I don't want to piss her off. Let me see.
I just want a little look.
That. Is she gonna come mad at me if I steal this one right here? Alright, we're chilling. Bye. Oh, I think we get an inspiration point if I... Well, if I'm smart enough to read all this.
They look like dark justiciars.
In darkest hour, a concord made, twixt harp and wild against the shade. Harp and wild?
Alright.
You recall stories of an alliance between druids and the harpers, but the details are vague.
Okay, 1 mural down. Number 2.
The towers seized, the battle done. The moonrise broke the darkest one. History or myth, whatever is depicted here is long past.
Ah, she's so stupid. I'm not saying it also in a derogatory way. I'm just saying, like, I like that I'm role-playing her that way. Alright. I don't think I'm gonna get the intelligence
Claw
check.
and tooth from root to thorn, the old oak's grove to wildlings sworn. The mural depicts a ritual, but you do not recognize the deity involved. The forest rose with claw and tooth to tear the darkness from its roots. Beasts chasing beasts
Of course.
alongside a wild woman. A depiction of some local folktale, perhaps.
No inspiration check. Alright. Let's keep going.
Find our master. Return to me then.
Huh? Who said that?
Tell only me. Understand?
Who are you talking to?
Speak. The bird knows. She needs to know. You do not.
Tell me or else I will punch you in the nose.
Please, not so loud. I'll tell you, but please don't do that again. More follow Korga every day. They are afraid, and she offers a simple solution. Eject the refugees, and we will be safe. A druid and an outsider. We can do nothing without turning the others against us. Only Master Halsin can stop this. I pray my bird returns with news of him. If not, I fear for my people. I would prefer not to, but if Master Halsin does not return, Korga will give the order, and my voice will not matter.
I've never spoken to that NPC before. That's really cool. Because I never, like, heard her in my earshot ever. Like I never heard, like, that's really cool. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm just saving people. Saving tieflings.
Like that again, and I'll feed you to a knoll.
Mom, I'm fine. Stop it.
Our little Hellion told us what happened. Thank you. Don't know what we'd do without her. Likewise. Arabella?
Thank you for helping me.
Thank you.
Yes, I see. And is that
She's so cute. I love Arabella. Homie Volo.
good friend? You were at the gates just now, no? When the goblins came? You saw them up close? A few questions, if you please. There's no overstating my interest. Glory. Now then, how would you describe that particular batch of goblins? Size, nature, distinguishing qualities?
You search your mind, successfully recalling various details of goblin behavior.
Ye gods! Can it be? How terribly compelling. And the dragon they had marching in the rear, was it of the brass or silver variety? Witness mistook obvious silver dragon for brass. Last question, then you'll be quite free. Did the attackers rally to the absolute when they fell upon the gates? They did, didn't they? Oh, curious. Oh, curious indeed. I've interrogated one, a captive in this very camp. She reports they've abandoned their god Maglabiet in favor of someone called the Absolute. The scandal.
Sorry, I got distracted. Hold my tongue.
Mind. I'm on my way to their camp as we speak. I always knew my studies in Gukliak would come to some use.
Have so much fun.
Oh, never you mind. Who needs mercy when you've a quick tongue, hmm? And an invisibility potion stashed in your back pocket.
Potion.
Until we meet again.
I like Bolo, he's cool.
Is someone singing?
It's beautiful.
Oh, oops, I'm going. Should I go loot? I'll go. I might not be able to guess that thing. The check.
Wretched thing. Pull yourself together.
Hell yeah.
Shh. Listen.
Your favorite drownings all take place in
She looks so
water.
fucking
Just a slice of
evil
the
and weird when she's doing that smirk.
Don't you hear it? It's so
I'm gonna try to resist as much as I can. I'm gonna be good.
No, it's just a bit of water. I only want to listen. Just a little closer. Yes.
Oh, I failed.
It's gonna be fine once I get there.
Oh my god, what are you doing? What? Oh, he got lured. We all got lured. No! Oh my god, this is really bad. Good. Ha! Let's see what she can do. They're not undead. I'm just gonna hit her normally. Of course. Giant's Rage. I'm just gonna hit her normally and see what happens. That is right. That is right. Oh my god, please, 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 please. Which one's less health? I gotta get rid of the singing one. He's too far? What the fuck? I'm gonna stand right here. Yeah. And then I'll get rid of No, 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 please. Oh my god, no. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna. That's good. Okay. Good. Oh my god, I shouldn't have put everybody here together. Really? All of them?
Down with you.
At least, we tried. What's my com? Yeah.
Sometimes the only way
Does he have it? No.
Time to press ahead.
No, no. Okay, good. I'm gonna get rid of her. Let's stay right here. Okay, oh yeah, okay. He's got Sanctuary, which is good.
sounds like fun.
Bleed for me.
Behold the dance of death.
Ow. It's fine. You know, no, it's gonna make my thing so much harder. Can you reach that? Oh, nice. Alright.
Are they gone? No. Yes. I mean, I don't know. They're gone. Now there's just Mole. She'll be so mad. I didn't get the gold from the nest. I got to go. Wait, you should meet Mole. She'll be grateful you helped me. Find a boy called Donny. Tell him you want to see the dragon's lair.
He's so cute. Are you alive? Not anymore.
You have a manner of irresistible desperation about you. I like it.
Thank you.
Tiring business, isn't it? All this traveling and adventuring. Why don't we take a little break? Allow ourselves a few moments of rest? Gives me a chance to talk to you about something, well, rather important.
Ugh, I love him. I can't help it. He's so nice and polite.
We've been on the road together for a while now, haven't we? Survived some perils, overcame some obstacles. Ever since you were kind enough to free me from that stone, I've seen you demonstrate remarkable guile and courage. The way you got Korga to release the girl. The way you got that boy out of a harpy's clutches. In short, I've grown to trust you. The reason I make a point of saying this is that I've grown confident enough to tell you something I've yet to tell another living soul, except for my cat. You see, I have this condition. Very different from the parasite we share, but just as deadly.
Is it contagious?
No, nothing like that. Though if I fail to treat it, then the consequences would not be contained to me alone. What it comes down to is this. Every so often, I need to get my hands on a powerful magical item and absorb the weave inside.
Ah, you're gonna ask me for shoes. This is the time. Oh, that's the outside. Oops.
No, it's nothing like that. Magic isn't a narcotic to me, it's quite literally a lifesaver. I would not burden anyone other than myself with this were the stakes not so high, and the means of obtaining such artifacts challenging for a humble wizard to face alone. It's been days since I last consumed an artifact, since before we were abducted. It's only a matter of time before my craving returns. That is why I turn to you. I need you to help me find magic items to consume. It is vital. Dare I say it? Critical. You have my thanks. And fear not. Your implicit trust is well placed and will be rewarded with any and all means at my disposal. I'm sure we won't have to look very far to find what I need. Faerun overflows with magic-infused treasure. As do our packs, as a matter of fact. We've such an item already in our possession, primed for the moment the need arises. I hope I can count on you.
Ah. Alright. I thought he was gonna talk to me about the man. Okay, so if you do this for Gale and you beat the harpies and stuff like that, you get like a really nice cutscene with Gale explaining something when he was a kid. It's really cute.
Do you have loves waiting for you once this is all over?
You know what? That is not the easiest of questions for me to answer.
You mean just waiting? Like a lovesick puppy? Short-term amusements are much less hassle.
It's over here. I feel like there's something here. Whatever. Oh, this is nice. Alright, that's enough. Let's go back. I might just fast travel. He can use all his spell slots. Yup.
Must lug my guts through this hell.
Need to go to camp.
Doth it serve some other purpose?
I already talked to you.
Not this one, nor this one, and this one are less worthy still. Righting the balance. Beyond mortal realms, there doth exist an amalgamation of spirits akin
I think
to
that looks so
thine own,
bright.
ensnared by the treacherous cult of the Absolute, felled in its name. They bear great discontentment with their destiny. For a mere pittance of coin, I might summon the worthiest among them to lend aid to thy undertaking. Suspicion always haunts the guilty mind.
Okay. It's all stuff I've heard before. Oh my god, everybody wants to talk to me except Gale. That's so cool. Yeah, start with the Starium first. Oh, oops.
It's quite a sight. The stars, I mean. I could take or leave your chin.
Yeah. I'll do this one.
Just thinking. Reflecting on what tomorrow might bring. When we find the druid, will he know how to bring the worm under control? Will this little adventure of ours be over? Why not? You've been to the hells and back, survived the crash, survived everything that's followed. I'm not easily impressed by people, but you're stronger than I gave you credit for.
I thought you didn't like me. True.
Aren't you just?
Stop staring.
Was I? I just need to get some air. Clear my head. I'll see you later, I'm sure. Sleep tight.
That was nice. Okay. Lily, so.
A fine evening, don't you think? The moonlight shines warmly on us. The breeze caresses our faces. Hideous, All of it. Would that I were doing battle up there, among the tears. Look above. Watch the moon cross the sky. The tears follow behind it. Rocky bodies tumbling through the sea of night. One of them is my crash. Clear. Do you think me so sheltered? My entire clutch battled beholders deep within the eye of the sky. We infiltrated a Nyogi spelljammer and laid waste to its crew. The tears span Toral's sky, Venisk. There is more to this realm than this grassy pebble. But enough of this. You are wasting your resting time. Come dawn, we resume our search for a creche.
Ugh, we'll sing so long.
There it is. That shiver. Our little brainworms have made fast friends.
I think I
it
say
would
that, but
seem.
it's because I just recruited him and I haven't talked to him. I feel fine.
Surprising is just the word, isn't it? Before the Illithid's unscheduled surgery, I'd felled hundreds of beasts and a fair few fiends. The tadpoles weakened me, suppressed greater talents, but beyond that, I've showed no signs of turning. No nausea, no pain, not even a hot flash. Indeed. Perhaps the worm's vat was poisoned. Perhaps we're uncommonly fit. Or perhaps the tadpoles are merely on holiday. We could conjecture all night. I suppose the why doesn't matter so much as the what next. And that answer is plain as the horns on a war devil's head. We get these things out. Let's get some rest. Dawn comes sooner than we think.
I think we talked to everybody. I think Shadow. Oh, is Shadowheart's exclamation point? Oh no. Oh.
The leader of the pack comes to chat. What's on your mind? You must be pleased to have a clear path forward. The sooner we find the druid house in, the better.
Jesus.
Can't wait to get rid of this thing in my head.
All of us are. Yep. Me too.
The same. These parasites are proving suspiciously benign. But suppose I turn. What would you do? A firm answer. I'd do the same. We'll need that kind of thinking to make it through all this. You're doing well.
Who are you to tell me if I'm doing well or not? We're all in the same situation.
Still can.
We're all in the same situation. Who are you to tell me that I'm doing, like, well, at least I think she's just complimenting me. I think I'm just getting crabby. Getting too into character. Ooh. Hunting for rats and mice and all the other things in between. Okay. I think what have we done? We've done we got out of the Nautiloid, we saved Arabella, we saved the kid. We talked to Sevlo, we talked to Kolga. Success at Kolga, and now we have to just go find the goblin camp. We can frame Kolga. But I'll have to find the paper. I don't think I have to if I want to frame her, but I'm trying to think what we can do before switching to to Mass Effect. Let me check. I have like a little thing here. I'm not sure. Because I do want to play both games tonight, but I don't know. Or maybe not, or maybe tomorrow I can just focus everything on Mass Effect and actually crank some hours in there. Trying to think. What time is it? It's 10:30. This is fun. I actually like playing Baldur's Gate here. I think this is really, really good. Let me see. Trying to think what I'm like just debating in real time if I should keep going or I should just play Mass Effect.
You know what I really miss about Baldur's Gate? The food. Freshest fish I've ever had.
I don't care for fish. Red meat, now that's a different matter. Rare as can be. Dripping.
Yeah, real subtle.
Well, unless we find a cure, you won't have any teeth to chew it with soon enough.
Real subtle.
I have a lot on my mind.
Okay, we got it.
And, well, in it.
Oh, I sold that, huh? Oh, I know I didn't. Okay, good.
Where am I? What's going on?
Is the bowl there? It's not there.
I am enjoying our walks together.
Oh.
Aren't you, gang?
Sure. In silence.
People up ahead. Something's wrong.
You're a true soul. You can't die. Please.
I don't think he's conscious. Can you hear us, Ed?
You, not a step closer.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
An oil bear. Please, do you have any...
Shut up, Andric. Do you serve the Absolute?
Wait.
The injured man locks eyes with you. A familiar squirming churns in your head. Your limbs do not obey. Your minds intertwine. You see his siblings, Andric and Brenna. New recruits. Yours to shepherd.
Protect them. She is a true soul. Mind her. She will... She...
Edwin! Ed! Please!
He's with the Absolute now. You're a true soul. Edwin, our brother, he was chosen. Like you. Do you have orders for us? We were reporting to Edwin.
What? Are you testing us? The Absolute is our goddess. She's going to rip down the old world order, start a new one. Then we'll be the ones with the power. Well, you will firstly, true soul. You don't need me to explain that.
A true soul, like you, has been chosen by the Absolute. You speak with her voice, and when the time comes, the true souls, you will rule.
Oh, I like these two. All zeal and no brains.
Excuse me. Oops.
What?
It killed one of us. It killed Edwin. It's an enemy of the Absolute.
Exactly.
You're right, madam. The beast must be destroyed.
The cave is just ahead. It was too much for us before, but if you could help us, true soul, we may stand a chance.
No.
Spoke of the Absolute. Same as that goblin, Sazza. Curious.
Goblins and humans worshipping the same god? Eerie common ground, if you ask me.
Strange power resonates within the corpse. It calls to you. Most corpses feel like toys before you, to be played with and discarded when you tire. This body seems different. A friend calls out from the corpse, desperate to be freed. Why let its host's memories go to waste? The tadpole has absorbed it all. Its experience could nourish you, strengthen you.
There it goes. Ew.
No time to rest.
All right. We're gonna go play Mass Effect for a little bit. I'm going to... I saved, right? Just gonna do it one more time. Actually, new save. Change name. Stream. Oh! Stream. Save. Okay. We got it. And then now we're gonna do this, and then I'm gonna unplug my remote. Put this over here. Yes. And now we are going to, oops. Oh no, please don't freeze. It's okay, let's do this. Close the program, yes. And then now I'm going to do this little number really quick. Okay, yeah, we're gonna we're gonna change we're gonna do Mass Effect for a little bit, and then we're going to call it a night, and then possibly tomorrow with tomorrow we'll no, I'm changing the stream info before I start, and then tomorrow hopefully we'll keep going with Mass Effect. I think I just want to get rid of the Keeper storyline first and stuff like that. Like, I want to get out of the Citadel, and I don't want to do that tomorrow as much as I can. So, Mass Effect 1. Yeah, so like, we're just gonna do that, and then, done. Cool. Now I'm going to go back to this. No. Yes, I think so. Got updated. Did it get updated? Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, good. Now my mouse is here. Got it. Clutter, that's fine. Oh my EA, I forgot that it does this bullshit, the EA app thing. But yeah, honestly, I just want to get rid of. I just want to do everything about the Citadel and just the Citadel and just be done with it. Honestly, because it's getting really annoying at this point. It's like Mass Effect. It's like Mass Effect. It's like what's this thing called? It's like when you land on the beach in Baldur's Gate, you have to do so much shit before like the good stuff in the game actually starts. So yeah, I'm just gonna get all that over with and like, you know, if this works, right? Because Mass Effect gave me a big problem last Sunday when I streamed. Like I didn't want to go through the OBS thing. Ha. And I forgot this was very, yeah, so I noticed this when I was like checking again like all my past streams and stuff. This game has a really weird HDR issue or like thing where like any of the whites get super overexposed, and I don't know how to change that. Less ambient light. What does that do? That is not better. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's just scan these keepers over here. Ah! Okay. I do remember I have to do all the keepers, so I'm gonna change my... I also did this to change my party.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
Heard what happened to Captain
No! Oh my god, no! I need to leave!
Taken down by backroom politics. Just watch your back, Commander. Things go bad on this mission, you're next on their chopping block.
Nah, I'll be fine.
Saren's out there somewhere, and we're gonna find him.
I guess I'll do the keepers when we go back.
100%. Intercom's open. If you got anything you want to say to the crew, now's the time.
This is Commander Shepard speaking. We have our orders. Find Saren before he finds the conduit. I won't lie to you, crew. This mission isn't going to be easy. The Council wants to ignore this. That's no surprise. They never helped us in the past. No reason they'd start now. But we don't need their help. We can do this on our own. Wherever Saren goes, we'll follow. Wherever he searches for the conduit, we'll be there. We will hunt him to the very ends of the galaxy and bring him down. This is the most important mission any of us have ever been on. The fate of an entire galaxy is at stake. We will stop Saren no matter what the cost.
Well said, Commander.
Hell yeah.
Be proud.
The captain gave up everything so I could have this chance. We can't fail.
Yes, ma'am.
Should I go get rid of all the Citadel stuff? Hold on. Yeah. I'll talk to Patia.
Equalizing
Oh,
interior
what
pressure
am I doing?
with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
My goodness.
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters.
He's in the Presidium? Like in the embassies, I mean. Let's see. Yeah, he is. Okay.
Welcome to the Presidium. Allow me to be...
Mr. Bhatia, I'm Ashley Williams. I served with your wife in the 212. I wanted to tell you how sorry I am.
Gunnery Chief Williams. My wife spoke of you with great respect. Thank you. Has any progress been made with Mr. Bosker? Will he return my wife's body?
Not yet. I'll be back when I have more to tell you.
Thank you, Commander.
I think he's here. I think. I'm not sure.
My goodness, you're Commander Shepard. Your activities made for quite a briefing in the Diplomatic Corps. Is there something I can do to assist you?
You can cut the red tape for a grieving husband. I want you to release the body of Nirali Bhatia.
Commander, nothing would make me happier. I'm afraid, though, that it's not quite that simple. Serviceman Nirali Bhatia died on Eden Prime, as Mr. Bhatia no doubt told you. Her wounds are inconsistent with any type of weapon damage we've seen before. That is why her body is being held.
I don't care how badly the Geth mangled the body. It's the husband's right to claim her.
We are not holding Nirali Bhatia's body out of discretion. We are, frankly, holding the body for research. The tests we're conducting may lead to better defenses against Geth attacks. Respectfully, Serviceman Bhatia may save more lives in death than she did in life.
I don't know if like this helps you with like the war points in 3. I'm never gonna
You know who
Never.
and what I am. If I want Nirali Bhatia, I can get her.
Commander, I don't think
So
that's
yeah,
necessary.
I wonder if you
Even if the body were
if you
here on
give
the
if you
Citadel,
say if you
would
like
really
comply with
risk
him and
going
you're
in
like
shooting to get it?
and you're like, yeah, you know, of course, yeah, whatever, keep the body. I wonder if that gives you like a war asset later on, because I doubt it.
The Marine's name was Nirali Bhatia. If you want to cut her up, you call her by name.
All right, Commander. You win. It was hard enough refusing Mr. Bhatia. I'm not going to risk an incident by refusing you. Tell Samesh that the body is being shipped back to Earth. I'll go now to see to it myself.
That was easy. I thought I needed more like intimidation points for that.
Hello again, Commander. Has there been any word?
Your wife is coming home, Mr. Bhatia.
Thank you. I will return home and begin my preparations. It does not bring me happiness, but it may bring me peace. Goodbye, Commander.
Samesh, I don't know if this helps, but your wife, Nirali, loved you very much. She missed your cooking, and she played recordings of you every night before she went to sleep.
I know, Miss Williams. But thank you. It's nice to hear it again.
Okay, who else do I need to talk to? Ooh. Thank God. Or someone where he like Okay, now we have to... That's outside. Jalid wants to talk to you. Open for him. He will... The Southern Media in the lower markets. Who else is here? So let's just get all the keepers here in this area. Oh my god, oops, I don't mean to do that. This is so bright. There's no... Oh. There's no way. There's no way this is how it is gonna look. Yeah, I can't change it. I'm so sorry if this is giving you a flashbang like how it is doing to me. Oh, there was a keeper next to the thing. Okay, we got him.
Look at that bug thing over there. What's it doing?
What the fuck? Aha, she didn't tell me anything. That's good.
Not disturb the keepers.
For some reason that keeper was really hard for me to scan. Oh my god, I gotta get out of here. This is blinding everybody and me, and I don't like it. But yeah, that keeper specifically, the one next to that Ovina, was like insanely difficult to scan. So I'm glad I was able to scan it before. I think those are the consoles. I'm just gonna keep looking for them. This is Bar Levon. Oh, I'm gonna... There's one around here, I'm pretty sure. How many do we have left? 15. We have 5 left. Okay. I think I know where they are. I think.
Got a moment? Hello, Spectre. I have a business proposition for you.
I've got plenty to do already.
Of course you do, but this would be easy work for you, and I pay extremely well. I'm acquainted with a pair of powerful crime bosses. They're hiding on remote worlds, and I have the coordinates. You could do the galaxy a favor.
And what do you get out of this?
We share interests in certain cooperative ventures. But their business practices have forced me to terminate our relationship. Once they are dead, I will manage our organization in a more tasteful manner.
You're obviously with them. Why don't I just arrest you instead?
Arrested for what? You and I are simply having a conversation.
You just admitted to me that you were involved in crimes.
Arresting me would be a waste of your time.
Yeah.
I eliminate them and then you take over and try to eliminate me. How stupid do I look?
While I appreciate your estimation of my bravado, I have no intention of attempting to murder you. You are the first human Spectre, and you are doing important work for humanity. I have no interest in red sand or slavery. Anyone who does deserves to die. Our needs are aligned.
If they're as bad as you say they are, they need to be dealt with.
Excellent. Here are the coordinates. When these men are dead, I will wait for you at the 3rd set of coordinates. Goodbye, Commander. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, whatever. I keep holding shift to run, and that's not... Oh, here we go. What? 5. We have 5 left. 1. Look at that Krogan. Wow. Okay. 1.
That's nothing. I've had my office rearranged 5.
2.
Welcome. Would you like me to see when the consort will be able to meet with you?
Can't I just go in?
I'm afraid not. Yeah, you must understand there are many who seek the consort services. But if you wish to leave your name, she'll make every effort to meet with you.
Commander Shepard, I'm with the Spectres.
Excellent. You should hear something in 3 or 4 months.
Three to 4 months. Sorry, I got distracted.
Nobody's worth that much of a wait.
Well, that's not for me to judge. I have your name and you'll be contacted. Is there anything else?
I think I'm done here.
Oh, well, I hope you'll return again in the future. We always enjoy seeing new clients.
Oh my god.
Yes, Shaira?
Send the commander up to see me. I wish to speak with her.
Yes, of course, mistress.
Ooh.
Huh. It appears the consort has taken notice of you. She'd like to meet with you now.
What does she want to see me for?
I don't know. You'll have to ask her yourself. Just head upstairs. She'll be waiting for you.
I just wanted to find the keeper here.
Welcome. It is a pleasure to see you.
I don't know. I doubt there's a keeper in here. Man. Fine.
That is close enough, Commander.
What
I've
the
heard a
fuck?
great many things about you since your arrival here in our citadel.
I heard a thud and I got kind of freaked out.
I don't like people spying on me.
I apologize, Commander. I make it my business to know when important people arrive on the station. Many of them become clients. But that is not why I asked you here. I have a certain problem that could use your expertise.
Tell me about this problem you're
We're
having.
gonna be nice. We're
I
gonna be
have a
nice.
friend, Septimus, a retired Turian general. I won't discuss the details, but he wanted me to be more than I could be. We had a falling out. Now he spends his days in Korra's den, drinking and spreading lies about me. If you would speak to him as a fellow soldier, I believe he will listen to you and let the matter be.
What happened between you?
I respect his privacy too much to go into the details. If he wishes to tell you what happened, that is his prerogative.
What exactly do you want me to tell him?
Appeal to a sense of honor. Remind him of his position as a general. If you can convince him to stop spreading lies about me, I would be very grateful.
Do you have to get that close to me
Now
to tell
I must
me?
ask you to take your leave. I have many clients waiting to see me.
Okay, we've scanned 2 keepers so far, I think. Oh my god. This helps a lot, actually. I look up. Okay, we've gone 2 keepers so far. We have to find the last 3. I think we got every keeper in CSEC. Oh, I have it written down here. Okay, apparently all the keepers I need are in this common area. I hope I can find them all. I don't think I've been down there. Let's see. I think I already walked through here. Did I? I think I did. I think I scanned this one already. Yep. Let's talk to these two.
That Hanar refuses to listen to reason. Why can't it act in an orderly and lawful manner?
That's really mean. Oh my god.
Are there laws being broken here?
I am not unreasonable. The Hanar is free to spew its nonsense once it purchases an evangelical permit.
What's the purpose behind the evangelical permits?
Forcing religious evangelicals to register for a permit weeds out undesirables. It keeps the area safe. The Citadel is too important to become a battleground for a religious war.
I don't want to call it it.
If you'd like, I could talk to the Hanar for you.
I don't want to call the Hannah it. That was so bad. I'm so sorry. I feel bad.
Or has the Honorable CSEC officer enlisted assistance?
The CSEC officer is just doing his job. You're causing trouble.
This one is too humble to suggest that the CSEC officer is personally biased. This one only wishes to spread the truth to any who will listen. There is no intent to cause trouble.
I don't care about your intent. You're making all Hanar look like troublemaking zealots.
This one does not wish to prejudice the listeners against the Hanar.
Buy it.
If you want people's respect, you have to follow the rules. Buy the permit and stay out of here.
This one departs now, and will not intrude upon the Presidium again.
Okay, hold on. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. We need 3 more keepers.
I see the Hanar is left. Thank you.
Happy to help.
Here, for your assistance in this matter.
Oh.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I should report to my superiors.
Thank you. We have 3 keepers left. We already did this loop, so they're definitely not over here. Do we go? Yeah, we did. We went over there. No. Okay, let's check on the lower side of here. Oh man, I don't remember where the other keepers are. I didn't like go thoroughly through the market, so that might be another place they are at. What do I feel like I've been here? CSEC? I don't think that's at CSEC. I got all the ones at CSEC. I'm gonna go to the market. What's this? Avena. Oh, okay, whatever. Look, that's way better. I think it's the lower market where I have to go.
Hold it. That's close enough, Army. You got my payment?
Do you have the mods?
Show her the goods.
Looks good.
Damn straight it is. These mods are the best on the market. Now hand over my credits.
Should I just take it? Yeah, whatever.
Here you go.
Here you go. Enjoy it.
Oh, this is the CSEC thing.
We're done here.
And whatever. Wait, did I do that? Where are the... Wait, no. What's happening? What? Resist is safe. Oh, okay. I have to do that anyway. What's up?
Commander, I wasn't expecting to see you again. Is there something you want?
You can start by telling me the truth, Shorban.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. My experiments are...
We're not buying it. Jalid told us you've been after it.
You spoke with Jalid? Then you know about the data?
No, but you're gonna tell me everything.
You boys can go. Looks like my plans have changed. It's not as bad as you think, Commander. Jalid and I just got a little over our heads.
Keep talking.
The company we work for developed an experimental procedure for use in medical scanners. Jalid and I saw even more potential, so we stole the plans and secretly developed a tool to scan the Keepers. Can you imagine? A tool that can actually get readings from the Keepers?
That's what all the fuss is about?
The Keepers are almost impossible to scan, and you can't capture them or get samples. They just self-destruct. After centuries here, we still don't know anything about them. Don't you see? We were the first to scan them, ever. You've seen it yourself, Commander. You know we can do it.
Why are you trying to kill your partner?
I'm not trying to kill him. Jalid's job was to disseminate our initial findings. But he decided to keep the data for himself. Maybe to sell it. I don't know.
I should kill both of you idiots.
We lost our heads. We just couldn't let an opportunity like this pass us by. Commander, if you'll just continue gathering data for me, imagine what we might learn. And you'll stand to make a bit of a profit yourself, remember?
If it'll help further the scientific cause, how can I refuse?
Very good. Maybe if you wouldn't mind speaking with Jalid. The data you're gathering for me is useless if Jalid won't help me analyze it.
If I have time, I'll talk to him.
Thank you. And happy scanning, Commander.
So my question is, where are the other Keepers? I have 3 left. Is there one here? I'm getting very tired. I might end the stream. I know I played a little bit, but of Mass Effect. I did both games, so I'm happy about that. But I'm getting very, very sleepy. Yeah, I might call it. I don't know what this is. Oh, I'm at CSEC. Okay. Right. If I keep going straight, I end up at CSEC. Close enough. Yeah, I'm gonna call it. I'm way too tired. I'll do it tomorrow. I stream more than like 3 hours, so that's good for my standards at least. There's no keeper here, right? Okay. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna save and I'm going to call it. Alright. Am I gonna crash? Alright. Ooh. No. That was very fun. I streamed Mass Effect for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes or something like that. So I fulfilled my promise. I just got very tired and I'm really sleepy. But hopefully tomorrow I'll be able to stream again, even for a little bit. And yeah, tomorrow we're gonna play Mass Effect, and if I'm up for it, I'll play also Baldur's Gate. But yeah, this was fun. I liked having this chill Saturday stream with you guys. And yeah, hope you guys have a great weekend, and I'll see you possibly, no promises, tomorrow. So yeah, bye.